Good morning, everybody. Just before I begin, could I just ask those of you who have not gotten your translation gear to maybe to get it, because one of the speakers will be in French and the rest in English, so it'd be good to have your translations here. So if you can get that, we'll start in a minute. Hello? Yeah, oh, well, that's my voice. Yep. So thanks again for coming here and to this panel on narrative. I think it is great and important to have a separate piece on narrative, how we communicate our agendas. And I'd like the audience as well to think a bit about how we as storytelling animals, as it's sometimes called, use this climate labor turn to develop the way we tell the stories that can appeal and engage people in different places. Now, I think before we begin today, I know that we started a bit late today, and the reason was probably because in a conference like this, lots of good talk and narratives happened last night, right? So people came a little bit late. That's fine, but I'm also sure that part of the narratives last night is one we also feel this morning, and I think perhaps part of today's narrative should be to begin the day with thinking about our solidarity with people living in colonized or occupied territories around the world, and to think a little bit through that sense of solidarity that we have on a day like this. So I'll start by presenting the panel, because we have an excellent panel here. I'll introduce them one after the other, and you'll hear more from them in a second. So Julie Ferreira in Ferrua is National Secretary of the Union Solidaires in France, which includes the SUD unions. She's a nurse at the Toulouse Hospital. And within Solidaires, she chairs a number of committees, including those on ecology, immigration, feminism, gender, and sexuality. On behalf of Solidaires, she plays an active role in leading the Ecological and Social Alliance in France. So, welcome to you. And then, here, closest to me, is Andile Zulu. Is the Energy Democracy at the Alternative Information and Development Center in Cape Town, South Africa. His work focuses on the political economy that underpins the climate crisis. To this end, he also engages in advocacy, popular education and research on finding solutions to South Africa's energy crisis, combating energy poverty, advancing energy democracy, and calling for a just energy transition from below. He's also a political commentator who has written for publications such as The Mail and Guardian, The Daily Maverick, The Continent, Africa as a Country, and Jacobin. So welcome to you as well. At his side here is Rahima Peter, and with over a decade of professional experience dedicated to advocating for child rights and child protection both locally and on the international stage, Rahima Peter, a devoted mother of 5, came to a profound realization, the urgent need to secure a safe future for the younger generations. Bolstered by her unwavering passion and a wealth of experience ensuring the safety of children, Rahima's journey led her to embrace the cause of climate justice back in 2016. Since then, she has emerged as a dynamic climate activist, championing critical campaigns in the realms of renewable energy, just transition, gender inclusion, and climate jobs. Today, Rahima stands as a seasoned climate advocate and proudly serves as the visionary founder of Partnership for Green Future, a local NGO at the forefront of the fight for climate justice. She brings a wealth of knowledge and a deep commitment to the cause of safeguarding our planet for future generations. And towards the end here, we have Benjamin Miguel Alvero, who's currently the campaign officer of the Philippine Labor Center Centro, Nagaykashi, at Progresibong Mangawa Centro. Well, that's the Centro. He's active in campaigns, initiative, and advocacies that promote workers' involvement in climate justice, such as energy democracy and just transition. So, just a few words on myself at the end. I'm Andreas Ytterstad. I am part of the Bridge to the Future Alliance in Norway. And I've been working mostly in the last few years with communication. Like in many other campaigns, the communicative work is one aspect of it. So again, that's to reiterate how much I think it's good that we have a focus on the narrative, how we communicate our agenda in every context. So what I thought, we'll go through the panel here, and the first question that I'm going to ask is how we actually communicate our agenda. But before we do that, I mean, I did the presentation, so you get a sense that you are people who are involved in a lot of different things. But maybe it's good, so that we know where we start from, that you just focus on what is the main thing that you fight for at the moment, so that we get a sense of what sort of communicative strategy you have on top of what you do. So, Julia, I'll ask you to do first, just to say in a minute or so, just what is your agenda? What are you fighting for?
Hello, everybody. So, to say what our main objective is, well, it's quite vague. We feel like everything that we're fighting for is so important. What we're trying to say nowadays to the workers and to society as a whole is that today we really have to combine social, workers, and environmental justice. And it really fits in reaching people, because we see their feedback that we're getting. I'll go more into detail later, but especially talking about fighting against mega basins and against pension reform. So we really won the minds of the people, and people started to realize, society as a whole started to realize, that whether it was climate or pensions, it was the same fight in the end. There will be no future if we don't look after the present. So it's really an emergency to look after the present, whether it is in our individual sectors, but also on a national level, on an international level too. Our next fight will be the 13th of October. On this date, we will fight for climatic justice as part of our claims. And towards the end of October, there will be an ecological fight against a big highway, A69, that's being built in the south of France. It's basically useless. There's already a four-way big road that exists, and this highway is just being built so that people go 15 minutes faster. And basically it's just a big pharmaceutical company that exists so that they go faster. So it's basically useless for the people, it's just ridiculous. So this is one of the big fights that we're having in our organization, Solidaris. So maybe I can explain what the Alliance is about. So in January, the ecological fights in Saint-Solidaire have been fought for nearly since our first texts in Congress. So they're from '98. But we really started the platform, it built, it got stronger year after year. And it was very important for us to create links with other unions and other associations working everywhere for the environment. After making contact with the FSU, another union that has lots of teachers, and our comrades from the CGT. And we are also in contact with Greenpeace, for example, Friends of the Earth, the Farmers Confederation, well, loads of organizations together. And in 2019, we really decided to take this problem seriously, to link our ecological and social fights and to unite them into one. And that's why we created EAS, the
So a lot of concrete fights that you're dealing with now with roads and everything, but the main point is here to combine the social and the ecological agenda in one alliance. So Andil, please, could you say a little bit about your main fight at the moment, or the thing that you'd like to build the rest of the talk on, basically, so that you have a sense of.
Morning, comrades. So at the AIDC, what we're fighting for is what we call a just transition from below. So a just energy transition that is led by the working class, the unemployed, the poor, and the financially precarious. And specifically for us, that means resisting the unbundling of our national electricity utility, which is the first step to creating an energy market and privatizing the energy sector, which for us would mean a loss of our economic and energy sovereignty. But it then also means fighting the neoliberal macroeconomic policies that the ANC has adopted since 1996. So we also have a campaign to end austerity, and one of the mechanisms through which we do that is trying to get 100,000 petitions by the end of 2024 as a mobilizing tool and as an educational tool. And of course, that also means that we have to collaborate with trade unions, we have to collaborate with grassroots movements, we have to collaborate with social movements as well. And I'd say then a final front is also resisting the power of multinational corporations, which have made an excessive amounts of profits in Southern Africa, which rely on cheap labor and cheap energy as well. And so we have to also do regional campaigns and regional work to link up with comrades in Mozambique and Malawi and Zimbabwe and so on. So for us, confronting the climate crisis and transforming our society means upending our neoliberal political order and upending the economic system. And so most of our work really is trying to provide research and information and advocacy and capacity support for grassroots movements and for trade unions, so that in a year we're able to build a mass coalition across the country that can put an end to austerity, that can put an end to extractivism, and that can finally perhaps ignite the change that was delayed in South Africa in 1996.
Thank you so much for that summary of what you are dealing with. Rahima, what is your agenda?
Thank you. My main agenda for now is to fight for what we call a nightmare in my homeland, a big project, ECOP, which is coming with the promise of creating job employment, adding economic value, improving social services, while at the same time depriving the indigenous community, the very poor people in the villages, who are actually the most vulnerable and prone to the impact of climate change. These poor people, this indigenous community, with the promise of job, but they are deprived of their small piece of land, where actually they 100% depend to earn their daily living. It's the only thing they have proudly, which we call as our homeland, our home place. a place where their children and their grandchildren at the cities and town, they wait at the end of the year to go back home. It's a place where they connect with ancestors. It's a place where they meet and connect with their homeland men. So they are deprived, they are pushed away from their home, their land, with quite unfair compensation and no really commitment in the promise of either job opportunities or whatever social service, no guarantee that these people will benefit in any how. Because as they are forced out of their place, they go to nowhere or everywhere around. So there is no, like, the really track or a mechanism to make sure that these people will in one way at least get something tangible, you see. So I'm here and it is my main focus now, the ECOP thing. And I hope if we keep pushing the agenda of climate job, this will be really like solution to my people, to this group of people who are really affected with climate change, but also these coming projects. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rima. Yeah, maybe applause. People want to make an applause because I also wanted to say to you particularly, because I forgot to mention in my introduction, I do courses in climate journalism. So I have this year and the next 3 years, I have quite a few journalists from Tanzania coming to take my course. And they have also told me a little bit about this pipeline project and how crucial it is. And just this idea that you are really fighting for an alternative in such a circumstances is very inspiring, hence the applause, of course. So I will now turn the word over to you, Benjamin, just to give a short description of your main agenda in the Philippines.
Okay. Hello. Good morning. It's me again. So, Sentro, with an S, no? In Filipino, it's the Sentro ng mga nagkakaisa at progresibong manggagawa. It's a mouthful. In English, it roughly translates to the Center of United and Progressive Workers. So, we are, again, a National Labor Center, an umbrella organization of different workers' organizations in the country. And we are guided by our strategy, which we call social movement unionism. So at its heart, social movement unionism, or SMU, is a recognition that the scope of trade union work is at this point, at this time, can no longer be limited at the workplace or the industry level. So we view our work as involving all workers. So we define working people as broadly as we can. In fact, we would argue that the definition of a union is any group of workers united on the basis of solidarity and collective power. And with that definition, we actively organize within industries and in the informal economies. We organize community struggles. We are involved in battles for the right to the city, demolitions, urbanization, of course, traditional trade union concerns, wages, labor standards, rights. And we also organize our fellow Filipinos in the deployed abroad, because the Philippines is a labor exporting country. So one of our biggest products is our own people. We deploy them to work in different countries. Yes, that is a state government policy. And we've recently institutionalized this with a department for migrant workers. Particularly, we organize among migrant domestic Filipino workers, because they are a big chunk of our migration labor force, and these workers are predominantly women, and they are the most exploited, if you will, out of all of our migrant workers. So in fact, last December, we were able to form the first ever transnational union of migrant Filipino domestic workers, representing workers from Hong Kong, Macau, Malaysia, as far away as Kuwait, So yeah, that's the scope of our work. So we organize Filipino working people, and we view our work as contributing to rebuilding the labor movement, the workers' movement, not only in the Philippines but also as a global force. So yeah.
Yeah, sure. No, thank you so much. And so, as you understand, we have brave people, impressive agendas, lot of things to fight for, but also very concrete and difficult struggles. So we're going to focus this panel on narrative. So there are so many things that we can say, right? But we want to focus specifically on communication and trying to reach out to people. So I thought we could do one kind of question after another here. I'll kind of share this with here, but I also ask the audience to think through the communicative aspect, how do you to reaching out, and after a while I will also let people from the audience comment and question and so on. But I'll first go the round on that first question. And Julie, if we start with you, I mean, how do you communicate your agenda? What is particularly important when you try to communicate your social and ecological justice agenda in a French context?
So, well, let's start from the base. For us, in order to really build and communicate about our agenda, we pass by training, first of all. It's what seems to us the most essential part, first of all. Start by training people and informing people. So we train, we inform, and then we try to build different actions that can be visual on the most part, because to be in media, to be present, to be seen, we have to have strong actions that create a bit of buzz, because we have to win this media fight in France, but I guess it's the same thing everywhere. Media today are working for multinationals. So in order to fight, to win this media struggle, we have to have big actions. We try to work together with other associations, of course. That's what I was trying to say earlier. We are in every demonstration. We try to create links between different associations. And of course, well, this is quite paradoxical, but we also need social media, even though we know social media is feeding the multinationals. But how else can we do if we don't use them? And of course, well, we have a magazine that's called Utopia. So we really try to be on every struggle, whether it's on paper, on social media, and by big actions that attract attention. I don't know if this is what you were hoping as an answer.
Absolutely, and I think you put the finger that communication is both a question of internal communication, so that your alliance is able to communicate, but then you also talk about the media and social media and how you reach into the broader debate. I mean, in South Africa, of course, it's the information center, right? So I guess, and you're a columnist and so on. So, I mean, information and getting information out is a crucial part of what you're doing as well. But what is perhaps the most important part of your communicative agenda, would you say?
For us, what we usually do is we ask ourselves, well, who are the transformative agents in our context? And what are their material interests? And where are they located? And in our context, as an example, we have over 10 million people who are unemployed. And so then the question becomes, well, where are the unemployed people? And how do we get to their communities? And one of our programs is called Building Counterpower. And that program consists of comrades who are from the anti-apartheid struggle, who undertook struggles in post-apartheid, who have years of experience in mobilizing and agitating and organizing communities. And through that program, we have constructed something called the Assembly of the Unemployed. And so we have regular meetings, we have mass meetings within townships, and in the spaces where people are. So that means going to shebeens and taverns. It means going to churches. It means going to schools and football stadiums. And then we also have to reach people at an information level in terms of the various platforms that people have access to as well. So it means creating certain, for us at least, creating a variety of different means of intervention. So you could have pamphlets, you have WhatsApp groups, but you also have community leaders themselves spreading the message throughout communities. And one critical thing that we've done in terms of getting the message out there is trying to build cadres. So trying to build a group of leaders within different communities in Cape Town and broadly in South Africa, leaders who have the political knowledge, leaders who can have eventually the experience to be able to build up other cadres themselves, who are disciplined, who are committed, and who are focused, and who are able to spread out. But then, of course, we also have to intervene within trade unions, and that can be difficult too at times. So we have to find the cadres within trade unions who can take on these struggles and spread them out as well. So I think for us, it's about finding the transformative agents, what are their interests, and how can we link their interests to the question of the climate crisis and to the question of climate jobs. And often I found that people are very eager for climate jobs increasingly in South Africa in the context where the current economy isn't able to answer their questions and isn't able to give them dignity. And they increasingly don't believe that they will get that dignity through privatization as well. So in the same vein, it's building leaders and building cadres through consistent political education and consistent political collaboration, but especially reaching people where they are. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Rahima, you are also trying to communicate your agenda in a situation which is difficult. You have these big projects that is going to offer jobs and so on, and you're working with people without land, and sometimes they don't even have the information. It must be a real challenge for you to find a way of communicating your agenda. So what do you think about the important thing to communicate, seen from your perspective?
Yeah, from my perspective, I'm strongly recommending for a strategy at both local and the global level that will be more realistic and that will address the challenges, the real challenges that people at the grassroots are facing, that the most vulnerable group is facing. A strategy that will help to amplify voices of those people who are, I hesitate to say who are voiceless, but those who can't really reach the kind of platform that will give a way for their voices to be heard. That's one. But the second one, unfortunately, English is not my first, not my second language either. And it is a very, very crucial point that I want to share, okay? So I will stand up and ask my fellow panelists to also stand up with me, and everyone who feels comfortable to stand up, so that we can jointly help me explain this thing which I want to say. And will you please kindly raise your hands up, one hand or two hands up if you can, jointly. You can join with one person or 2, 3, 4, it doesn't matter. Okay? So this is actually a real thing that we need to do. This is the best way or the best approach that we can do to make sure that our agenda is heard, to make sure that we achieve our goals. We need to keep up our activism, but our effort, regardless the situation, regardless whatever comes across our way. We need to keep our hands up. It doesn't matter, even when we go back home, we go back to our continent, to our nations, to our communities. Deep down in our spirit and in our souls, we need to remain connected in raising up our voices, in making sure that we hold nations, we hold banks, we hold those multinational companies accountable. We need our states, we need the UN organization to adhere to make sure that these commitments and these conventions, the agreements, should not just remain on papers. You know, they need to get implemented. We need to make sure that the climate grant, they go direct to those people who are really affected. The people I call the most affected group. For example, back in Tanzania, and to the people who will be directly affected and are already affected by the ECOP project. Some of them, you know, are the disabled people. We have women and girls with disabilities. We have those people who can't really work. We have those people with skin disabilities. With a little raise of temperature, they suffer. We have these people with only, and I was talking to my brother, Jonas, he's very experienced, he has enough experience on this. We have people like the Maasais and other people who are pastoralists with a little bit of excessive drought. Their cattle, they die every time, hundreds and thousands of them. We need this grant to go direct to these people, to this kind of group. We have small-scale farmers who are depending totally on seasonal agriculture. They depend on rain. So when there is excessive rainfall, the crops are washed out. With prolonged drought, it's a problem. So we need to see this fund channeled direct to these people. I think it is enough with infrastructures, with the social services, which really keep benefiting the minority class, the minority group. We need to see now the majority group benefiting, being it working class, be it the farmers, the peasant, whatever, the local communities. We need to see them at least find a way of relief from the climate grant. So, I don't know. My brother will help me too.
Wow.
Just remain standing for a little bit. My comrade has asked me to teach comrades here, because singing and dancing is a very critical part of struggle from our part of the world. What did Rosa Luxemburg say? If I can't dance, I don't want a revolution, or something along those lines. I can't remember. So we're just going to teach you a very simple thing that we do at the beginning of meetings and rallies, just to get everyone on board. So what we say is amandla, awethu. Right? Amandla means strength and power. Awethu means ours. Right? So it's very simple. Amandla. Okay, all right, let's try it again. So it's amandla, awethu. The power is ours. Right? Amandla. Awethu. All right, one last time. Right? Remember, amandla, awethu, awethu, amandla. All right. Amandla. Awethu. Perfect.
Thank you.
No. Yeah, there it is. Okay. So thanks. That was a great lesson also for the... Yeah. No, yeah, so a good reminder that in Latin, the word comunicare, the original roots of that means to make common. So it's not about how you say things, where you're an optimist or a pessimist, but by making things common. And I think the songs and standing up and holding hands is a fantastic illustration of how communication really is about doing things together and not just saying things together. So thanks for that. But I'm going to turn over to your answer to that question, Benjamin. I mean, I know you, with your social movement unionism, you also have to do a lot of things together with a lot of different people. So I'm curious to find out, how do you communicate your agenda in the Philippines?
Okay, sure. Thank you. Actually, before I do that, I kind of like what our comrades from South Africa did. So if it's okay with everyone here, can I also share a practice we do in the Philippine labor? Don't worry, you won't have to stand. But what we do, for example, is when we, at least in the trade unions in the progressive movement, when we decide collectively on certain matters, for example, in organizational meetings or in congresses, when we finalize our decision to show that we are all united and that we agree, we do this practice called isang bagsak. So isang bagsak essentially means you will just bang on the table on your lap to indicate that you agree with the collective decision. So after a meeting, after a discussion point, we would ask, are we okay with this? Okay, isang bagsak, then we do that. So can we all do that? So isang bagsak, all right. So that indicates that for the entire room, that at least we are all in agreement for what we're going to do, what we're going to do collectively. And there are variations. Sometimes you do it twice. So dalawang bagsak, you do it twice. So dalawang bagsak. And so that's what we do to convey consensus and to convey agreement. So anyway, we're going back to the question. In the Philippines, our main issue is twofold. One, as I've mentioned during the previous days of the conference, one big problem of the progressive movement is really we have a crisis of legitimization because we are, compared to our comrades in some other countries, we're also dealing with, on top of all of these urgent issues, we're dealing with the fact that politically we are under attack. So again, for those that weren't here yesterday or the first day, the Philippines has consistently been ranked as among the worst countries for working people. So we are part of the International Trade Union Confederation, and every year they release what we call the Global Rights Index. And the Global Rights Index, it summarizes the situation of working people all over the world, and they always release an annual list of the top 10 worst countries for workers. And consistently, without fail, since 2017, the Philippines has been on that list. And the other, just to imagine, the gravity of that categorization, the countries change. And for example, we would have countries such as Ukraine, we have countries such as Myanmar in that list, countries that are dealing with massive, with war. In Myanmar, in Burma, in Myanmar, you have a civil war. So imagine, a democratic republic being listed with countries that have really facing those kinds of problems. So that's one. And we are also, for example, among the worst for environmental defenders. We are the 5th worst in the world and the worst one in Asia. So in 2022, last year, Asia registered 16 murdered environmental defenders, 11 came from the Philippines. So in that context, really what we are facing is a systematic attack, not just on our organizations, but also on the legitimacy of collective action, of unionizing. So that's our situation. And politically, an issue we have is that the disempowerment of our people happens through personalized means. So for example, political disempowerment translates to the prevalence of what we call clientelism. So because our government is captured by elite interests, particularly political dynasties. So yes, families dominate our government, families dominate our businesses. For example, in our recent elections, in 2022, it resulted into a mother and her son, both as concurrent senators of our republic. So out of 24 senators, 2 come from the same family. So that's our situation. So in that context of disempowerment, accessing services, accessing your rights comes through personal connections with politicians, clientelists. So a practice of the politician is what we call binyag, kasal, burol, baptism, wedding, funerals, all of that cover, individual politicians would provide. So would provide financial assistance, scholarships for students. So everything you need that the state usually provides, you have to go through politicians. And that reinforces a sense of personal debt to the politicians, that translates to electoral dominance. So our issue in the Philippines is twofold. We have to reverse and expand, we have to reverse the attacks and expand the democratic space. And two, we need to build that consciousness among Filipinos that we should articulate our demands programmatically, impartially, as demands to the state and not as favors to politicians. Right. So that's a cultural shift that's very hard to do. So
yes, because we were speaking a little bit yesterday, and you said that in one sense you both have to fight with trade unions, but you also need to kind of have communication with workers for the reason for democratic, the participation, yes, to make sure that this is the way we go forward, yes, yes, rather than having favors from the families or others, right?
Yeah, yeah. And for example, I shared this case we have in the Philippines that even among trade unionists, for example, when we deliver education programs, leadership training programs, when we ask trade unionists, union officers, union members, what characteristics or values do you think a leader should have? In many cases, these are organized workers, They would say, we want a leader with an iron fist, a leader that will discipline members because that is the main problem. So even within the trade unions, you have authoritarian sentiments, authoritarian values. So that's what we're trying to undo in the Philippines. So
that's really challenging.
Yeah, yeah. So it's a very long context. Yeah. So I'll speed this one up slightly. Yeah. So in the Philippines, our efforts is really to articulate issues and aspirations. So what we do, and a critique that we have, of the progressive movement, is our language. We've used the language of human rights to a fault, and my personal assessment of that is that our usage of human rights is very aggressive, it's very combative, but at the end of the day, it's very reactive. It's always defend this, stand against that, no to this, no to that. And we always stand for democratic rights. But the problem with that formulation is that, what does that mean? What's that for? And what we've seen since 2016 in our country is that the language of human rights was systematically delegitimized by government through propaganda forms, through disinformation. So the problem for human rights defenders and progressive organizations is that the language that we use to convey our demands doesn't really sync with the people. One, they don't understand it. Two, they've been conditioned to view human rights equals dissent, equals enemies of the state.
Right.
So
right.
that's the environment. So if you mobilize, if you organize workers, if there is a labor dispute, they will automatically assume that you are destabilizing the government. So that's the context we're fighting. So how to fight that? At least in Centro, what we're trying to do is, of course, we start with issues, the demands of the people, what do they want, but we also articulate aspirations. Because we find that in our context, it's not something that people talk about a lot. We talk often, at least in the Philippine experience, we talk about what we don't want, what we don't like, what we are against, but not what we are for.
Exactly. And yes, and this leads me really to the next question. Now, I want to have time also for the audience to contribute, but I want to ask one more question to the panel, which relates a little bit to what Benjamin is saying in terms of aspirations. There's a famous Swedish singer from the 70s who has written a song called A Song to Courage. And one of the lines in that song is that this is a song to courage to those who dare fight for things they have not seen. And I want to relate that a little bit because, I mean, both Rahima and well, all of you basically, you say that, well, in South Africa as well, there's an aspiration for kind of climate jobs. Having jobs, of course, is one of the key aspirations that people do have, even in difficult situations. You're being offered jobs in Tanzania with the oil companies, and then you have to, even there, try to kind of find a way of showing different sort of jobs. So I want to ask all of you the question, how do you show people what you're fighting for? How can you kind of give flesh to that aspiration of different sets of jobs, jobs that would not only pay the check and make a good life for yourself, but that could also make a contribution to the well-being of the planet. So maybe Julia, do you want to start with that? Or if not, I'll let you start. How do you show people what you're fighting for when we haven't really seen what we're fighting for? I mean, the aspirations that we have.
J'essaie de rassembler mes idées.
Trying to gather my thoughts.
Alors, comment est-ce qu'on montre déjà, nous, l'une des revendications qu'on dit au sein de l'Alliance écologique et sociale, c'est qu'aujourd'hui, on pourrait créer en France 1 million d'emplois pour le climat, ne serait-ce que pour la reconversion écologique. On dit que c'est une urgence et qu'on pourrait créer vraiment 1 million d'emplois et qu'on pourrait même en créer plus dans le futur, et que ça devrait être quelque chose qui devrait être porté partout, sauf qu'aujourd'hui on s'aperçoit que les politiques dans l'éducation, dans la formation de la population ne sont pas du tout sur cet objectif-là, et on n'a pas ça commence un petit peu à se créer, mais il y a peu de création d'emplois sur ces métiers-là. Je voudrais rebondir en fait sur ce qu'a dit mon camarade tout à l'heure sur la répression en fait qu'ils subissent aux Philippines. Nous, ce qu'on s'aperçoit aussi en France, c'est que plus on communique, plus on gagne la bataille de l'opinion et plus la répression auquel on fait face est forte. Je vais prendre un exemple. On a été très mobilisés, notamment donc, contre les méga-bassines, donc qui sont, peut-être tout le monde connaît ici ce que c'est qu'une méga-bassine. C'est un trou qui fait la taille de plusieurs terrains de foot, qui est creusé dans le sol pour récolter l'eau. On met une bâche. En fait, ça sert juste pour l'agro-industrie. Ça capte, ça empêche, enfin, ça pompe dans les nappes phréatiques. C'est une catastrophe écologique, en fait, avec des terres qui après sont totalement privatisées. En fait, c'est une privatisation de l'eau pour quelques agriculteurs. Voilà. Et c'est pas du tout l'agriculture qu'on défend au sein de l'Alliance écologique et sociale. On est pour une agriculture paysanne et de réappropriation des terres. Et en fait, les premières mobilisations qu'on a montées autour de ça, on était 200, puis on est passé à 5000. Et la grosse dernière mobilisation, c'est celle de Sainte-Soline, où on était plus de 20 000. Et là, on a eu une énorme répression de la part de l'État. Alors moi, j'étais pas sur le terrain même, j'étais en base arrière, j'étais à l'infirmerie, et j'ai vu des blessures que je n'avais jamais vues à l'hôpital, en fait, des blessures de guerre, enfin, des impacts. Enfin, voilà, on a été gazés, ça a été des grenades de désencerclement lancées à tout va. Enfin, vraiment, on a eu plus de, je sais pas, je dirais qu'on a eu plus de 200-300 blessés sur le week-end, dont 2 blessés très graves qui ont été héliportés dans des hôpitaux. Enfin, et donc, ça veut dire que la répression, quand on commence à vraiment gagner la bataille de l'opinion, la seule réponse que fait l'État, c'est de réprimer encore plus pour essayer de refaire basculer cette bataille de l'opinion, en disant, regardez les méchants manifestants qui ont voulu attaquer un champ, parce qu'en fait c'était ça, on voulait juste manifester et dénoncer un trou qui fait la taille de plusieurs terrains de foot et qui détruit des terres agricoles. Et en fait, voilà, donc, la réponse a été la gendarmerie, enfin plus de 5000 gendarmes mobilisés. Et c'est... Alors, à la fois, on a vu que suite à ça, en fait, ils ont réussi un petit peu à faire baisser le nombre de personnes mobilisées, mais en fait, ils n'y arrivent pas vraiment parce que on a eu des rencontres au Larzac cet été, justement, pour rediscuter de comment on pouvait construire un agenda collectif pour toutes les luttes écologiques. On a organisé un tour de France pour l'eau, avec les soulèvements de la terre, qui a rassemblé, enfin, on a dû arrêter les inscriptions parce qu'il y avait trop de personnes qui s'inscrivaient. Donc, en fait, on voit que cette bataille, on peut la gagner de l'opinion, mais que par contre, derrière, on a une répression qui... Voilà, en fait, quand les multinationales voient qu'elles perdent du terrain, en fait, elles envoient les forces armées. Et aujourd'hui, peut-être qu'il faut... Voilà, est-ce qu'il faut s'armer ou pas? C'est une question qu'on peut se poser face à la répression qu'on se prend dans la gueule. Je digresse, désolé.
Well, that's a big question at the end there, of course. I mean, repression is nothing new in South Africa either. But maybe if we, for the sake of the argument in terms of fighting for, it's for water, right, in France. But I was in South Africa at the launch of the 1 million climate jobs in 2011 in Durban, and I remember so well, seeing workers against privatization of water, for instance, being involved with the campaign, and I had the feeling that this idea of climate jobs was appealing. So you mentioned this in your speak earlier, that it kind of captures things, but how do you in practice show people what these mysterious climate jobs could all be about?
So for us, it's been an ongoing, quite a long campaign, like you say, since 2011. And one critical thing that we do is to push back against the government's and the private sector's narrative on unemployment in South Africa. So they have the perspective that unemployment is merely due to a lack of skills and solely the result of apartheid's legacy. But through consistent political education, and that's what's very important, is that the education has to be consistent. It has to be on a regular basis, and has to be on the basis of collaborative kind of education. And through that, we make sure to frame unemployment as a systemic crisis, to say that it's not your fault that you don't have a job because you weren't educated or because you don't have skills. The investors don't want to invest. And the economy is no longer structured the way it was before because of the choices that we made in terms of policy. And so we take them through the historical progression of this unemployment crisis. But then we also link it to the climate crisis to say, this is not just a problem because you, as Umenzi in a township, threw litter somewhere. It is a crisis of economic production. We tell workers and communities that the reason why you are running out of fish in your neighborhood, the reason why you are having so many floods increasingly that are displacing people. So in Durban last year, we had floods, displaced about 40,000 people. The government promised to give them housing and give them aid. Those people are still displaced as I speak right now. And we say that it's a crisis of economic production because a few people, the same people who will not pay you your proper wages, the same people who are exploiting your brothers and sisters, are the very same people who have this hold on the economy and who are putting us all at risk. And the final thing that we put is that it's not just about us opposing something, but it's about us reclaiming our economic agency and our political power. So for us, it's very important to say to comrades that it is about reclaiming our power to make a better life. And that can only happen through popular education. So because of the levels of inequality in South Africa, the language barrier is quite high. So we have to make sure that our interventions reach different platforms. So we have to reach radio, for example. So most South Africans don't have access to internet, and most of them don't have data, but many of them still listen to the radio in their home languages. And so we have to intervene on radio, we have to intervene on television, but we also have to intervene in those kind of tabloid kind of newspapers as well, because that's what people read in taxis and at home. So we have to have interventions there. But it also means that we have to challenge the private sector perspective and the government perspective. So increasingly what we're trying to have is public debates in communities, in town halls, at universities, at high schools, where we invite the neoliberal economists, where we invite those people on the other end, and we say, let's challenge their views in front of you and see what you actually think about them. And when their views are challenged, people say, well, this is in fact not what we thought it was. So for us, it's about making it clear that it's about reclaiming power and agency, making it clear that the unemployment crisis is systemic, the climate crisis is a crisis of economic production, and it is only going to be solved if we reclaim our power. And to do that, we have to be a part of organizations. We have to be comrades who are committed and who are disciplined. We have to be comrades who also provide real solidarity with each other as well. And so increasingly we're trying to find ways to have fun together in different campaigns, to make political work fun and enjoyable and pleasurable, as a way to avoid some of the doom and gloom that we can get into as well. And increasingly now, we're also looking at the online platform. So we're trying to create short clips for the TikTok kids, we're trying to create video essays for some of the YouTube kids, we're trying to create WhatsApp clips for people who receive things on WhatsApp and Facebook as well, to consistently put out the message there and challenge the dominant perspective as well.
Thank you. Yeah. Please, Rahima.
Thank you. You know, when you have your new song you have composed, okay? It doesn't matter the beats or the rhythms, but if this song carries the theme that really addresses the issues that people are facing, their challenges, but which is also realistic, which is a solution to their problems, their issues for ages. This song, I'm telling you for sure, people will join you on stage. If not that, they will definitely sing with you. And I see Climate Job as this song I'm talking about. Oh, thank you. I don't know, should I repeat or should I proceed?
Proceed, proceed.
Proceed, okay? So I see Climate Job as this song I'm talking of. For ages, we have been looking for solutions. Solutions which are not just solution to our problem, but solution which is realistic, but also harmonious. You know, with the Climate Job, it's not only about stop this, do this. It's not only about we don't want this, we don't want this, we don't want that. Climate Job is about this is also possible. This can also be done. Alongside with this, there should be also this one. It is an approach, it is a solution which is not so much irritative to the ears of those who don't want to share what they have already deprived from us, they have taken from us. So I think we only need to keep moving, keep the move forward. We need to keep getting connected, keeping collaborating, but also we need to make sure our processes and our procedures are very engaged at both global but also at the local level. But I'm pretty sure that it is understandable and it is acceptable and it is what people need at all levels. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Before I turn to Benjamin, I mean, yesterday we heard about the experience from Germany, how the increase of public transportation is a crucial part of the climate jobs agenda there. I know that in the Philippines as well, when you kind of try to make this idea of climate jobs more concrete, you are also looking into the transport sector and the bus. Can you say a little bit about how you approach the idea of climate jobs in the Philippines, Benjamin?
Yeah, well, in general, when we try to convey our position, when we try to convince the people to support us, I think there are two dimensions. One is really outside, the general public, the general audience. How do you convince them? How do you articulate your demands in a way that makes sense? That is supportable, that is not unreasonable. And also there's one within the unions. So it's not just how do we collectively move, but how do we understand what we're doing. So at least outside, as a progressive, as a socialist, I believe that people are inherently good, okay? And there are certain shared values, there are certain ways of, people have expectations, values that don't necessarily have to be articulated in politically, they don't have to be ideological, but it's just an innate feeling that that's not right. So for example, looking down on your servers in the restaurants, dumping trash, an entire company dumping trash in the rivers. You don't have to be an environmentalist. You don't have to be a trade unionist to say that's wrong. So these are the things that we try to articulate when we push for our positions. For example, when we talk about just transition, or when we talk about the issue of food delivery riders, at least in our media statements, at least in what we convey to the public, we start with what we think how society should run, or how we think how people should be treated. So to bring down and to make universal concepts of human rights, we say that, for example, the people the transport workers, our jeepney drivers that provide services every day, we rely on them. Our country is built on their efforts, is built on their hard work. And it simply does not make sense that for a society so indebted to their services, to treat them, to relegate them to the sidelines. So we start from that, and that's something that no one would disagree with. Even the corporations, they wouldn't say that, actually we don't think that jeepney drivers are important. No, we start with that, because anyone would agree with that. And then we insert that because we think that they should not be ignored, then we should listen to our demands, to our issues. This is what the drivers need, and this is what we need to support. So that's what we do, at least from outside. I think that's an application of meeting people where they are. And I think, fortunately for us, we think that the overwhelming number of people, I think they are decent people. And it's a question of, so how do you really flesh that out, and how do you connect that with our much more articulated and much more, quote-unquote, political demands and struggles? But within the unions, and within our organizations, there's also the challenge of changing how we should think our organizations, what they are for, how they are run, and to what end. So, for example, in the case of our jeepney drivers, again, what we're seeing is a potentially positive development, because in the Philippines, our push for just transition coincides with transport modernization, creating a modern, dignified, inhuman transport system in the Philippines, which we do not have. A running joke that we have in the country is that in the morning, when you go to the commute, you are fresh. When you get out of that for work in the morning, you look like you went through a war. Much more in the afternoon during rush hour. So we don't want that. We want to change that. So, and the jeepney modernization program has the potential, because we are changing that through, I don't want to say rationalizing, because that's a very capitalist word, but through reorganizing our transport system on the basis of transport cooperatives. So, because the overwhelming majority of our transport workers are in the informal economy. So the organizing model for them is to group them together, pool their resources, and they will directly, for example, the jeepney drivers, as a collective, they will be the ones to purchase the e-jeeps, the new jeepney models, the much more environmentally friendly ones, the much more efficient ones. They will collectively acquire those, of course with government assistance, and then they will manage these fleets, and once consolidated, they will apply for a government permit, a franchise, for specific transport routes. So entire transport routes in our cities, in our countryside, would be managed essentially by these cooperatives. So that's, again, the potential is that a major section of the economy can be subjected to workers' control, to public control. So public control is not just state control, it also involves direct community ownership, with state support, of course. That the problem is, not the overwhelming majority of workers do not think that way, because what kind of, how were they socialized into thinking how cooperatives should function? At least in the Philippines, most of our cooperatives operate like businesses, like capitalist firms. So the danger there is that if we don't change how unions, cooperatives operate, what members expect out of the cooperative, we might instead replicate the same problems we have with privatized transportation. So that's the challenge.
Yeah.
We're trying to to tell our workers that actually cooperativism has roots with the trade unions. And our values is not really, we're not just here for dividends. We're here for mutual support, we're here for solidarity, and we're here because this is an alternative way of organizing economic activity. So,
Thank you.
but that's a challenge. So how do we convince people to do that?
Thank you so much. Now, yeah. Now I want to allow a couple of questions/comments here from the audience. We started 15 minutes late. So, and I know that's an important implementation session that starts a little bit later, so I will only take a few of them now, and then if there are concrete questions, somebody in the panel might respond, but I won't let you have an entire new round of talks here, simply because I think we need a break before we move on to the important implementation sessions afterwards. But we'll take a couple of, so the comrade from Colombia, Moises.
Sí. Pues escuchando este maravilloso panel
After listening to
se
this
motiva uno
wonderful
a
panel,
intervenir.
I have been motivated
Claro, yo primero le
to
tengo una
ask you a question.
pregunta
I have
a Benjamin,
a question for Benjamin, first of all,
porque él a propósito de las narrativas
concerning
dijo
the
que
narratives.
no era
He
justo que
mentioned that
un país democrático
it is not fair for a
estuviera en ese
democratic country
listado de los 10,
to be
pero luego
in
planteaba
this
que
list of 10
estaban
countries.
luchando por
But
la
then
democracia
he
y que
mentioned
había
that
una
they were fighting
concentración
for
del poder en
democracy
manos
and there was
incluso
a
de familias.
power concentration. The
Entonces,
was
la
concentrated in
narrativa,
the hands of families,
¿son
of
democracia o son
dynasties.
pseudodemocracia
So,
o no son
are they
democracia?
a
Pero
democracy or
para
a
efectos de las
democracy
narrativas.
or not a democracy at all?
Ahora bien,
But
está Asia, está África, está
Asia,
Europa, faltaba
Africa,
América Latina o
Europe
nuestra
are
América
present here.
en estas
Latin America was
construcciones
missing
de narrativas.
in this panel on
Yo
narrative.
vengo de unos pueblos
So I
donde se
would like
usa
to
mucho el
mention
mito
that
y la leyenda.
we use legends and
Y
myths.
a nosotros nos decían que
In
si
my region,
usted iba al río
we were told that if
y
you
se portaba
went
mal con
to
el
the
río,
river
el Moán,
and
que era el
did bad
espíritu
to
del
the
agua,
river,
lo
Moán,
castigaba.
the water spirit,
Pero si usted
would
se portaba
punish
bien
you.
con el agua,
But if you did good
el Moán
to
lo
the
podía
river,
salvar si usted estaba
Moán
en
could
condición de
save you
ahogarse.
if you ever were going to drown.
Bueno, yo a estas alturas de la vida nunca conocí el Moán,
I
ese
never
tal
met
espíritu del
the
agua,
Moán,
pero siempre lo
so-called
respeté y
water
siempre
spirit, but
le he
I
seguido
always
creyendo que está ahí en el agua.
And I always believed that he's there
Ahora bien,
on the water.
en esto ya de la vida política, activista,
Concerning
profesional,
activism
pues
and
nos han
labor
dicho en la industria
actions,
mineroenergética
policies, we have
que
been told
si
in the
en
mining
Colombia
and
se deja de
energy
explotar
industry that
petróleo, la
if
economía va a
Colombia
colapsar,
stops
que el
using
país se va a
oil,
hundir,
the economy
que
would
si no
collapse.
se saca el
Country
petróleo,
would collapse.
nosotros no tendremos futuro.
We need to extract
Y
oil
entonces
in order to
ahora
have
nos
a
pusieron
future.
en nuevas discusiones
So
y nos
now
dijeron
we are
que el
being
gas
forced
iba a ser
to
el de la transición, que ya no iba a ser
debates.
petróleo
We
sino el
were told
gas,
that gas
y
was
que
the
para
key
buscar
towards
ese gas
future,
había
towards
que
the
ir con una
transition.
técnica del fracking y fracturar
And
la
we
tierra y
had to
sacar
use the
ese
fracking
gas.
to obtain this
Entonces nos
gas.
trajeron una nueva narrativa.
So this was the new
Pero
narrative that was
es decir,
proposed to us.
aquí estoy anunciando que los otros
And I am
tienen cerebro
announcing
y también
that
están construyendo
the others
una narrativa que nos
have
están
a
presentando
brain as well, and they
todos
are
los días.
creating a new
Entonces,
narrative that they
dicho
are
esto, simplemente
proposing
cierro
to us
manifestando
every day.
una cosa hermosa. Ayer en el panel que estuvimos conversando con los amigos de América Latina, nos
in the
dijeron los
Latin
compañeros de
American
México
panel, our colleagues
que
from
ellos ya no
Mexico
estaban
told us
trabajando en función de promover
they
el
were not
vehículo
working
eléctrico,
anymore to
sino que a
promote
partir del
the
despido que
electrical
vivieron
vehicles.
de los compañeros del sindicato minero, el
since
sindicato eléctrico de México,
The
con sus
energy
ingenieros los reunieron y diseñaron un nuevo motor apoyado con universidades
industry
que
workers
le
lost
quitan
their
a los
jobs.
vehículos
They-
actuales ese motor de combustión de gasolina y le montan
They
un
started
nuevo
to
motor
work in order
eléctrico.
to
Entonces ellos no tocan todo el carro, sino solamente
So
proveen
they
el
do
motor.
not,
Y eso le
build
rompe
whole
el espinazo
vehicles, they just
al capitalismo
provide
que quiere
the
vender carros
engine,
eléctricos.
and that is against what the
Y
capitalist
entonces,
system in Mexico
desde
is
nuestra
telling
América
them to
Latina,
do.
decimos,
So, as
Eduardo
from Latin
Galeano, que
America,
todo el tiempo escribió y habló de la utopía,
we
ya casi a
agree
punto de
with
morirse lo
Eduardo
entrevistaron
Galeano.
y le preguntaron
He was
que si las utopías
asked
al final de
about
cuentas eran o no eran realizables.
utopia.
Se echó a reír y dijo, yo no sé ya si son alcanzables o no, pero de lo que sí estoy seguro es que me ayudaron a caminar hacia un
And he
horizonte.
said,
Muchas
I don't know
gracias.
if they're possible, but utopia is the thing that made me think that
Thank you so much, Moses. That's actually a very nice one. We'll take one more, and then I'm sorry, after that, it's just going to be one more, and then we'll have to. There was a question for you, Benjamin, that you'll be able to respond, but after that last contribution from Niels, of course.
Thanks, all comrades. I really like the analysis that we meet the people where they are at, and to speak in a language that they need to hear or understand. And I think many of us have a lot to communicate, and we put that in big reports and in language that is maybe understandable for those who studied Marxism, but not necessarily for many ordinary people or young people who are concerned about the issues but do not have, let's say, that access to how we speak. So I would appeal that we care more about aesthetics. So I like to give an example, and I think this is not to, like, yeah, this is to maybe hopefully inspire. Like, I made a flyer for the comrades who are blocking with XR the streets for 3 weeks already. This is young climate activists mostly, and I think instead of going there with a black and white explanation of like, we need green jobs, I made a very colorful poster with short, concise information, and on the back, a poster for them to take home, so that it's not just our messaging, but it's something that they can hang up in their house or share with their friends and comrades who weren't at the blockade, to see, like, you know, there's beauty in the struggle. So I would encourage us not just to think about like how we communicate like verbally, but also on other elements.
So Benjamin, there was a question. You got the question?
Hopefully. So, I just want to first echo the point made by the comrade there, that yes, it's very important again to meet people where they are, and part of it is well, there's a lesson I learned when I was still in the student activist movement that really stuck with me as I went straight into the labor movement, is that if you can't, this was in Filipino, I'm trying to translate, if you can't explain something to a bystander, no, in a language a bystander can understand, you don't really understand it. So that's really the challenge for us progressives, is that we know, we have a structural perspective of the issues that we are confronted with, but the challenge is how do we articulate it? And it's not the responsibility of ordinary workers to understand us. It's our responsibility to be understood in the first place. So that's really a lesson that, and that at least in our movement, that's what we try. We try to articulate capitalism. We try to articulate elite democracy, which I will emphasize later for Moises' question. We try to articulate them without using the jargon. We'll use the jargon at the end, so that they can connect the dots. Oh, so that's what it is. So I think that's really the target for communication, at least. But returning to Moises' question, for regarding the river, and I assume this will be very relatable to folk traditions, you know, and folk beliefs, traditional community beliefs. At least in the Philippines, in many ways we are similar to Latin America, minus the ability to speak in Spanish fluently. In the Philippines, we also have a huge indigenous people population. And the indigenous peoples, the IPs as we call them, they have really rich traditions for defending the land, for defending their way of life. And it is, in many, as in many places in Latin America and other places with indigenous populations, they are under risk, they are in danger. And I find that even within progressive spaces, there is a need to really be mindful of accidentally marginalizing these perspectives as well. I remember attending a forum, a discussion, a workshop in a community north of Manila. This was being land grabbed, and the participants were lowland farmers and indigenous peoples. And I saw in the discussions that the farmers were very active. They were very articulate. The indigenous peoples were in the sidelines, were behind. They were not being engaged. So that's something that also at least we need to tap in terms of narratives, that the since what we're fighting affects all of us in so many ways at the same time, the challenge is how do we bring all of those together? As a worker, as a progressive, as a trade unionist, of course my bias is towards class struggle. But I will not go as far as to say that it is the primary, it is the only one. I would say that it is an essential one, but it is not the only one. So the challenge is how do we weave them together without saying that, for example, the women's struggle, oh, that's secondary. That's suicide. That's irresponsible, and that is a stupid position that many progressives have, even in our country. Unfortunately, I have had the unfortunate privilege to hear some progressives say that that women's subjugation would be resolved by overthrowing capitalism. But even within the workers' movements, machismo is very prevalent. So yeah. Now, regarding the question on what kind of regime do we have in the Philippines, we would describe it as elite democracy. There are the trappings of democracy. We have regular elections, but it is monopolized by the political elites. The political elites also own the businesses. So it's a cycle. Economic power translates to political power, and it's interconnected. So yeah, that's my answer for that. But I also want to also double down on Moises' point on utopia. Sorry, really last point. Very short. We progressives, especially those from the Marxist, tradition, we have a very strong, how you say, Enlightenment tradition. Reason, logic, scientific analysis. That's well and good, but I find personally that we are committed to the struggles that we wage, we're committed to our movements, not because we've analyzed it, but because we feel an affinity to it. We feel that it is wrong or that a better world is possible. And that is essentially utopic. So I think in a time where we're revisiting our alternatives, we're trying to rebuild movements, etc., it takes also time for us to reconsider that maybe we don't have to be completely logical, rational. Maybe at the heart of our struggles is a utopic hope, a wager, if you will, that sure, people are capable of unspeakable evil, but we're also capable of courageous acts of kindness and solidarity. And that's the kind of humanity I want to believe in. It's not scientific, but it's real. So yeah.
Thank you, Benjamin, and well, thank you to the entire panel, and I think this was a good examples of some excellent storytelling animals that we have here on stage, that we are actually able to relate to Mother Earth, Grandpa Wind, and so on, as they put it in the indigenous communities in Colombia, for instance. They start every day by thanking the winds, the earth, and everything, and they relate to that, and I think the panel today showed that we can both focus our communication, but also draw and put together many struggles at the same time and develop something that we can fight for at the same time. So thanks again for the panel, and I guess now there's a break until we start with the implementation session. Maybe there's some practical announcement that will come here, and who else but Leonor comes up and gives them, so yeah.
Thank you, everyone. Really awesome panel. Thank you so much for your interventions. I think everyone really appreciate it. And don't forget, it's recorded, so it will stay on YouTube like all the other panels. So please do share them, rewatch them, make them go big. And again, thank you all for taking the invitation. And yes, so just some quick announcements. We are a bit late on program, but that's totally okay. Andres did a great work keeping time. So our suggestion now is that we actually from here go straight to the other venue, the union venue. And there's also coffee and tea and water there. Unless those who are joining the workshop that will stay here, which I'm going to announce which one it is. And the idea is that the workshops would start at 11:45 instead of 11:30, so we get a bit of a break. I have to speak slowly. And we also move lunch from, instead of starting at 1, we start at 1:30. So, about the workshops, what the room decided yesterday, the topics we wanted to explore today as implementation sessions were 4. So one of them has to do with the launch or the kickoff of a Dutch climate jobs campaign. So that's happening, and it will be in the Union venue. The second one had to do with the idea of supply chain actions. So whoever wants to explore what we can do with some kind of coordinated supply chain actions, that's happening, and it's also happening in the Union venue. The third session, it's this idea of coordinated public transportation / political strikes. So it was 2 proposals coming together in one proposal, and whoever wants to explore that, how to make that happen and take that forward, that's also happening in the Union venue. And last but not least, we will have here the follow-up to a proposal that was brought up yesterday in the session on the energy sector in Latin America, which has to do with actions around COP next year in Brazil, and also how to bring labor demands into COP. And that's happening, okay? Not next year, 2025, sorry for that. Yes, and that will happen here, and the translation team will still be here for that. So whoever wants to stay here, please do. And again, like workshops starting at 11:45, and we finish around 1:30. Before we go to the workshops, I also wanted to make kind of the reminder. We will, in the plenary in the afternoon, have a discussion, open up a bit for some discussion on what we want this network to be moving forward. So I would already invite you in the sessions where you are, with the groups where you are, to also keep in mind while having the discussions on, or at least leave you the invitation to think how you imagine the climate jobs concept being incorporated in these proposals that are coming out of these sessions, and also how you see the relationship of these proposals with the global climate jobs network, and potentially the role of the network in the proposal. I mean, it can be something that it's organized via the network. It can be something that that maybe we need to reach out to other networks who already exist, and where we want to push the climate jobs concept and the climate jobs idea to be inserted. So that's also open for discussion, and I just want to invite you, while having the discussions in the groups, to also maybe give that some thought. Yes, and I just wanted, before I leave you, to make, if I can have like a temperature check. So as I said, we're a bit late, and it's okay. But we really wanted to close the conference at 6, as it is planned, as also people plan their trips accordingly to that. So I just wanted to check with you whether we think we can start the wrap-up plenary at 3, or if we want to start it a bit later. Is it okay, so this is a request for a temperature check, if we start at 3, or better to start later? Okay, then we have a bit of a shorter lunch. but we start at 3 and we make sure we will be done at 6 and everyone will be free to either hang out here, the bar will be open, or just go home. And now, yeah, those staying for the COP workshop here, everyone else, coffee, tea, water, you can go straight to the union venue where there will be these things available. I have one question. Yeah, the rooms for each of the workshop are in the flip charts.